Okay, it's been a hot minute, I guess. I won't be able to have a super long stream today, unfortunately, and I do find that annoying. But that's unfortunately life. So, there's not too much that can be done about that. So, today I didn't even use the Patreon. Dude, whatever, it doesn't matter. Um, there is one thing I know I need to fix. I noticed this yesterday. Where is it? I think it's under this, yeah. How? Wait. Provider dot is daytime. Interesting. Is there like a does burn in day? Because what I have noticed is that this does not work. So what I had noticed is this is not really sufficient. I need to check something. And I probably want to look at I don't know, a type hierarchy for this and like look at zombies to determine their burn conditions, because clearly I don't exactly have it right here. And everything's gonna lag for some reason. Come on. Don't do me. Don't do it. Don't do me. So, entity living, despite the fact they're not actually living, but they're living in the sense that the game thinks that they're living, which is good enough for me. That is the wrong thing. It should be under entity creature, right? Oh yeah, entity mob. I'm blind. Entity zombie. Yeah, okay. Sam's phrase, blah 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 blah. It said child. On living update. If daytime, world is remote, it's not child, and this should burn in day. Now this just checks if it's a child or not. Oh wait, no, that's a separate thing that husks use to not burn in day. Yeah, okay. Let's get brightness. Alright, I might need this. I might specifically need the brightness, which this can be used from entity. And if it's greater than that, this randomness, we don't care, because that's just determined when it should start. And if the world can see the sky, we've checked that. Did we check that? Entity.get position. Where you use a block pause where you add its eye height. Maybe a little bit more consistent. So we need this daytime check for sure, but we also need this brightness check as well. It has to be greater than 0.5. And then it does that, right? So really what I think I want to add is just this small little check right here. This dot get brightness greater than 0.5. Actually, I don't know if I can get that. Wait, of course I can. You're freaking... This is public. Get brightness. Come on. Greater than 0.5. Oh, right, not this. Duh, that now makes a lot more sense. I was like, wait, why is this alright? I think we need this. And I might want to change this. Instead of using its position, I think that's pause y plus 0.5. I probably want pause y plus its eye height instead. Just to be a little bit more consistent. And I think this needs to be cast to float. Nope, that was already a float. Oh, wait, probably because I need to import that. Oh, you cast it to a double. Wait, you can even... Why cast it to a double? What's the point? It's gonna automatically... That makes no sense. I'm glad that makes no sense. This is the brightness at its specific location. Yeah. I specifically need to be greater than... Get the brightness. If the brightness is strictly greater than 0.5, then we do all of this. Where we do that. And this should get everything. We'll double check this too. Because yeah. Because I noticed I was setting a zombie on fire, and I have the time set to night in the test world, and it was taking radiant damage. And that was specifically because of this. Dude, Curse Forge, I literally updated you yesterday. What do you mean there's an update again? I don't care. You had your opportunity. And you whiffed. You blundered. So we might do a little bit of mod combat with Electroblobs. Like, I remember some people saying there was a problem with Electroblobs. Like, I'm looking at it, and it seems possible. Now, is it weird? Yes. But it should be possible. Which means I shouldn't actually need to add any support for it. There might be some compat that I add for it, specifically so that it shows on like your wand what your damage distribution is. Like we would call it like a spell distribution. Because you have a distribution for the staff itself if you attack with the staff, but then you can also have distribution for the spell. And that would require knowing what the spell is, so that might be a thing. But it could be very useful and very neat. But I don't know. Thaumcraft seems to potentially be a larger issue, because that I know is a problem, so I might look into that specifically a little bit more. But what we're gonna do is I did some testing with some Electroblob spells. We're gonna test, this might take a while, we're gonna test all of them. There's a lot, but we're gonna test all of them. And if I can tie each spell to either a melee distribution or a projectile distribution and have that work, then no specific compat is needed. In spite of that, I might still want to define a thing where you can define the spell distributions. Because that would be a little bit easier for people. Because otherwise you have to figure out, okay, does this use like a melee attack technically, or does this use like not a melee attack? And you have to figure out where you have to put each spell, and that could be really annoying. Possible, but it could be really annoying. And so it might just be better to have its own thing. That's what I'm thinking. It wouldn't be like its own kind of damage distribution thing, like with Tinkers or whatever, probably. It's just it would load that distribution. I don't know. It depends. It really depends. Either way, I want to look through all the spells, specifically the spells that do damage, obviously. If I had like a specific config where you put the spell distributions, then I could very easily have that appear in the tooltips, and that could be very useful. But, you know, I don't know. But so far, it's looking to be very possible. Now, I have not compiled the code, so I can quickly showcase the situation that I'm having here. Okay, this guy doesn't want to step out. And now he's taking radiant damage. Even though it is nighttime, he's taking radiant damage. Which is obviously incorrect. But adding the other thing could be useful. Now, what could be interesting is having a little special distribution for ender pearls, because maybe this uses force damage instead of bludgeoning for falling. And maybe suffocation could be force. We could have separate things for that. Hello, Schmooze Meats. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I don't know if I wish to test all of these here. Maybe not. Probably test them in here. Just in case they have, like, block breaking effects, whatever. I don't want to go nuts. So we're going to test it all here. I don't need this anymore. And I have immediately gotten myself sidetracked here, so that's lovely. No, keep that. Don't need that. Do I this? No, I don't need that either. Okay, so the ignite, that does not have that just does this. So that's not even really a big deal. Oh wait, I need to have something that I can ignite. Actually, I'm morbidly curious. Is this like setting something on fire with flint and steel? Can I like ignite a creeper with this? Okay, that did not have the interaction I thought it would. Okay. Cause see, that does... What the heck was this? How was that explosive damage? Alright, whatever. Cause see, that doesn't get classified as anything, because it's a direct attacker. But we could give this a distribution and, like, be fine, right? So it's like... I might need... something like this. So these ones work. Like, this one works. Like, you could give a distribution to this, I'm pretty sure. Same with this one. This doesn't have a distribution. This one doesn't have a distribution. Because this just lights things on fire, so this uses fire distribution. This doesn't actually do damage. This works. This doesn't have anything, and neither does that. Okay. No, don't search. Just throw this out. We need arc, thunderbolt. I already did mind trick. Summon zombie probably is not gonna have anything. Dart, mine, leap, snare, light, telekinesis, conjure block, muffle. Okay. So a lot of these probably are not gonna work. Light, dart, and mine, sure. Okay, so these are the spells we just tested. Yeah, this does precisely what you think it does, which is fine. That's a direct attacker. Right, yeah, so basically just a ranged projectile. That's fine. Yeah, that's not gonna do any damage, obviously. Oh, and this just uses the distribution of a snowball, which doesn't do any damage. But if I hit a blaze, it should do cold damage, right? I have that set up? Surely I have that set up. Really, okay, I don't have these set up. But you could easily configure this to be cold and be fine. Instead of piercing. So that's fine as well. Arc. Oh, this is like melee, right? How does this even work? Fires a spark of lightning at the target. Okay, well, fire a spark of... Yeah, it did it. Okay, this one is interesting. The direct attacker is me, the attacker is me, and the source is player. So this one, aha! I found one that doesn't work. Because this just is set to bludgeoning damage. Now that's a thing. That's a thing. So these are ones that work. These are ones that don't need anything. These are ones that straight up don't work. Right? So the light one obviously doesn't have a distribution. The snowball's here. This one's here. The dart is here, because that one would work, and then this one would not work without compat. Good to know. What does this even do? Maybe I should read the spellbook. Silence of any sounds when muffled, mobs can only detect you when looking towards you. Oh, so that's just a thing. And this is just gonna. Oh, this has a completely different thing. Why am I being harmed? Probably because it's a champion. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, because that doesn't have anything. Okay, okay. So, basically these zombies... What? Why another? And I just want to confirm... Okay, that does still do fire. Bye. Oh wait, of course it would still do fire because it's not set up to burn in the daylight. Where's regular Zombo? Oh, this still counts as radiant. Why do you still count as radiant? You 100% should not count as radiant here. Bye. How did you live that? Okay, so we learning some things. This technically doesn't have anything. I'm gonna put this here because I need to remember to deal with those summons. I guess I should have a chest for summons. I haven't labeled these chests in any capacity. Maybe I should. And then we're gonna have over here summons. Okay, there we go. Yeah, this probably just, Okay, yeah, so that is a projectile, so that doesn't have any needed distribution. Basically, the projectile ones are probably gonna be completely fine. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, okay. Yeah, so that one doesn't work. Okay. Okie doke. Muffle. Okay, so heal, evade. These ones probably aren't going to have anything. Flame Ray, Firebomb, Firebolt, Pocket Furnace, Fire Sigil. There's a lot. I'll go up to Ice Ball. I probably just use this. Heal, Ward, Telekinesis, Conjure Block, Evade. What does this even do? I don't remember what it does. There's an item or other small object towards you. Right-click the block you're looking at. It can also be used to disarm players. Uh-huh. Can I use it to move this thing around? Oh, okay. It's just to, like, grab some stuff. Okay, so that's just that. I figured that would just be that. Yep, about what I expected as well. Hello. It doesn't really seem to be, it seems to be kind of random which direction it goes, so it's interesting. Yeah, and that's just a heal, so we're not going to worry about that either. I probably don't need to worry about ward either. I guess it depends on what ward says it does specifically. Shield effect reduces incoming magic damage for 30 seconds. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter. And I was expecting most of those to be perfectly fine. But no, take the thing. Well, what does this do? Did it set it to fire at any point? Okay, yeah, there is an initial fire. But it seems like it's all just fire. Maybe do this. Yeah, it's fire. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about that. Interesting. So this is fine. We don't need to worry about the fire sigil, wherever that is. You're fine. Yeah. And then it sets them on fire. So that one still technically works as intended. Because you could give a distribution for that. And I suspect this one probably works fine too. I like how it did force. Either way, this one works. And I imagine this is much the same thing. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, this is just roast them. Oh, but this one doesn't work. That's the summons. Wait, why are there two in the summons? That should not be there. That should be in this one. Yeah, those ones don't work. So we're at Ice Ball. So Frost Sigil, Ice Statue, Ice Shard, Snow Golem, Frost Ray, Frost Barrier, Charge, Lightning Arrow, Lightning Ray. If I do it one row at a time, I'll have a lot. Lightning Flash, Lightning Sigil, Homing Spark, Spark Bomb, Wither, Enrage, Intimidate, Banish, Summon Skeleton. Sure. I should be able to hold all those. Yeah. Okay, but this is an entity. You could maybe give this thing? No, you wouldn't be able to. Alright, well, it had some distribution needed. It's fine. I guess I have to be much further away. Okay, that one technically works. The projectiles probably work. Yeah. That was for the spark bomb. That one's wait, these go in here. Oh, is this gonna turn you into a statue? You're dang right it is. So this one, the Frost Ray, just doesn't work. Okay. Yeah, Frost Sigil, Lightning Ray, Enrage, Wither, Pocket Furnace, sure. Now this probably works the same. Oh, that one does, yeah, that one does work. Now again, I imagine, yeah, that one, this one straight up doesn't work. What does it even do? Oh, okay. Well, that's just whatever. Yeah, it's about what I expected. I don't have anything that's smeltable. I don't even think this is smeltable. Let me get something that can be smelted here. No, not you. Cobblestone. I guess I have to use it on the item. Now this I don't understand. Smelts up to 5 smeltable items. Oh, I guess they have to be items. So like... Yeah, that's fine. Anyway, we knew that wouldn't have a distribution associated with it. What even happened here? Why you know... Loop. Or loop the playlist at least. Come on. Alright, whatever. We good. No, once again, this is probably not gonna do anything. Yep. Okay, that worked actually. What? Yeah, so this one doesn't work. The charge. Either way, it seems like we're breaking them down into certain categories. You have the spells that don't really do anything. The spells that pretty much are just projectiles with a couple exceptions. And you have the spells that are straight up attacks that just don't work. And so, in order to have this combat work, I need to have a way to differentiate all of these spells when they hit something so that I know which spell it is and be able to actually correctly differentiate the spells in a way. So that's the thing. That seems to be all the... It's just blind stuff, right? Yeah. So like the Intimidate, Blinding Flash, a Lightning Arrow, and the Lightning Sigil. I don't see anything that wouldn't kind of fall into these categories. What does this do? Okay, well. No, I wanted to put the thing here. Okay, it does not look like... Oh, I see. That's how that works. And I suspect it's the mob that takes the damage, right? Oh wow, it really doesn't take any damage while being possessed. A man gone. I am curious about something though. Right. I didn't want to check that. Wow, it seems I duped somehow. Ow. Okay, so the zombie's taking the damage, but in a weird way. I think the blades despawned. Okay, that's fine. Actually, I should probably do some mobs that have some interesting interactions between each other. Like, for example... like you. Wait, why can't I possess you? Stop moving, bro. Okay, I have no idea what just happened there, except for the fact that you didn't take much damage, and I took a lot. What did you die from? Oh wait, I know you died from. You touched that thing and then just died. This should be able to take fall damage, but it should also adapt to it. And that I don't know. A defender is a silverfish. I laugh so hard if you're not actually adaptive. Oh, you are. Oh no, you did adapt to bludgeoning. So you still get to benefit from... Wait, I'm pretty sure you still get to benefit from it. I'm gonna check a couple of other things. Like, for example, slimes, which are immune to bludgeoning damage. This thing, when possessed, should straight up just not take any damage from falling. It's very interesting how you just walk around as a slime. Sure, makes sense. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the slime took nothing there. Yeah, it just took nothing. Okay. So, the mobs still have their resistances and immunities and all that other stuff, but you seem to be taking some damage. But I don't exactly understand the content, or the context. I'm curious if it will talk about it here. It doesn't look like it does. Alright, that's fine. Oops. So the possession spell seems fine, sufficient, really, I guess. There is that weird time I took out of world damage. Interesting you can't fly as a blaze. And I touched the fire and died. Sure, that makes no sense. But that's just related to the possession mechanics. That has nothing to do with DDD. Because you're still you. I guess the damage is still... Yeah, okay, sure. Okay, so I think we've done a sufficient amount of research here. We know that there's different things that need to be accounted for. Now, we fixed the problem with burning entities. And now there is something else. Just some additional options I'm gonna set up. Alright. I'm gonna also see if I can do this. And I need to tweak this. Okay, so there's that. And then we need to figure out that. And I might want to tweak this. Where is this used? And doesn't even apply to falling. Okay, this doesn't. This is no longer correct. Okay, so this is also easy. This is just a simple built-in one. I think it's in wall. Yeah. Which I think is a little bit different than using the built-in force. Yeah, because that's for a different thing. I think I want the abstract single type dist. It's just single type. Yeah, because it just does that. This is what I want. Abstract single type dist. No. It's a superclass. Whoops. This. And we just call it enderpearl dist. Probably. Now this should have a priority, right? Yeah, so it needs to have a higher priority. Now the single type distributions, I guess the simple built-in ones. We just need to return something higher so that it is used first. Oh, whoops, that's the wrong thing. DMG dot extra damage dot ender pearl damage. There we go. And now we have to determine whether or not we should use it, which is entirely dependent. Like I need to look at the ender pearl itself, probably, right? So like type hierarchy for this. Focus on entity. And then there should be an entity thrown ender pearl under entity throwable. Yeah, entity ender pearl. Right, so it's this on impact thing. Cause thrown damage. Cause thrown damage. Oh, that's if I guess you hit an entity with it, which is interesting. Oh, that's for that. Oh, there's an Ender teleport event. That's interesting. Um, and then it does that. So I could listen to an Ender teleport event to know that they teleported with an Ender Pearl. And then we use that basically as our tracker. And that's actually not too bad. So we just need a mod at mod dot event, no, to get the at mod dot event put subscriber mod ID. Okay, there we go. Does that subscribe to this? I guess we don't need a tracker. Not really. Right, because this is only on living updates, so we don't actually want that. Instead, what we really want is we just want a set. Lowest in case it gets canceled, because if it gets canceled, then we don't wanna actually mark it, right? So if the attack damage is greater than 0, then we can So the Ender Pearl attack entity from fall. So the attack entity from is gonna have an unlimited attack. I probably want to listen to that at highest priority. No, I need Living Hurt specifically. So now we track when they teleport. If the attack damage from teleporting is greater than 0, then they're gonna take force damage. Oh, wait, this needs to be public. Perfect. Why is this not a static class? Oh, it is a static class. This extends our priority, which is comparable. Alright, so that's not bad. Not necessarily something that was inherently needed, but okay, we got that going. That's great and everything, but not specifically, not specifically what we're looking for. Because now, that was just a bunch of stalling. That's what that was. We're not allowed to stall anymore. It looks like... Oh, I don't need tech on this compad anymore. That's already working. It looks like I'm gonna have to add Electroblobs to this project. Alright, yep, we're gonna have to add it here. Implementation fg.deob. It's probably gonna be curse.maven. Probably like EB Wizardry or something. I don't know. I need to figure this out. Electroblobs Wizardry. So I need the project ID. That's not right. Right? Right. Wait. Right, because that does that. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Interesting. What's the slug for this? Is it Electroblob's Wizardry like this? I don't know, maybe. And then we need the project ID, right? That first? Yeah, project ID and the slug for the latest one, which is going to be this. Okay, so the project ID. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. And then this. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo. I don't know, I think that's right. I think that's right. I'm not really confident. Well, only one way to find out. And that's to build it. I don't know why I'm building it through the command line, but whatever, I'm building it through the command line. That's just an old habit of building through the command line. And the build failed. Why did the build fail? Probably because I have the wrong thing. Could not find Curse Maven Electroblob Switch. Wow. Oh wait, that's weird. Okay, do this and then do a build. Everything just froze for some reason. Love that. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Okay, and now everything's working. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah-huh. Okay, now we uncomment this. We save. We redo the build. And it probably takes a second. But there's no way it just... Yeah, okay, so... It couldn't find it. Which means... I don't know what it means, actually. That's the fun part. I don't know what it means. So this one just uses that. But that uses that. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. That makes... little sense. I guess it's that, but then why is that like that? And then that's like that. Should this be like this? I gotta look that. I gotta look this up. Oh, wait a second. It's completely optional. Wait, this is perfectly fine. Oh. Oh, maybe because maybe that's my problem. This is just a descriptor. This doesn't matter. I set this to whatever I want. In this case, I set it to that. Okay, so it's completely optional. It doesn't even matter. Okay. I thought it needed to match something. But no, it doesn't. You just need project ID and file ID. Okay. See, and it worked. And then under project and external dependencies, it's not going to be actually. It is. That's cool. I don't think this has sources associated with it. But can I attach sources? Probably not. That depends if source files are available. It is not. It really isn't. That's lovely. All right, well, that's fine. It's not really, but we'll have to make do. The point is that the spells are JSON files, which do nothing here. So like arc here, we can't look at it, right? We'd have to look at it through the GitHub, which is technically fine. There is a damage type system, which is interesting. But more importantly, the spell has a... The spell has a name. So since the spell has, since it's in a forge registry, right? Now it's just a matter of figuring out how we can determine that an attack was caused by a spell and then be able to extract that spell information, which is a little tricky. But maybe not so bad. Because here we cause magic damage dot cause direct magic damage. So there is a damage type, but it's hard to determine the source. Because what this does here, I'm looking at the code. I can't have it really pulled up, I guess, but basically it causes magic damage. It causes direct magic damage. What was one of the spells that 100%? Well, I guess this was one of them. Yeah. Right, okay, I see. There might be some stuff that I could use here. Storage of spell-specific data. Note that a map cannot specify that its values are of the same type as the type parameterized of its keys. So to ensure this condition always holds, the map must only be modified by this, which, as a method, is able to enforce it. Okay. There is a queue of recent spells. That's for imbuing items. I don't care about that. Returns the continuous spell this player is currently casting via commands, or the none spell if they aren't casting anything. Right. Okay, that could be useful, but I wonder if there's something else. Spell emitter data. What is this? Grass responsible for storing and keeping track of spell emitters. Spell emitter add. Okay. Sure, that's not at all what I needed. That's not what we need either. Sync advancement. Oh, you have spellcast events. Spellcast event. What is this? This could probably be what saves the day. Spellcast event is a parent event class for all spellcasting events. Nice. Methods which subscribe to this events receive all 4 child events. It's recommended that you use pre, post, tick, or finish, depending on the application. A note about spell modifiers. Item-based spellcasting has been reorganized. A notable change being that spell modifiers are no longer recalculated each tick for continuous spells. Instead, spell modifiers are stored in wizard data at the start of spellcast event.pre and simply passed in each tick. This means the spell modifiers object received by spellcast event.tick contains those modified values, and any changes made to them will not persist between ticks. This means that where before you had to change the modifiers in pre and tick, you now only need to change them in pre unless you want them to change partway through casting. This event is fired on the Minecraft Forge event bus. So I could subscribe to... Yeah, because it has the spell. It has the spell. I can subscribe to this. I can subscribe to... I think I want to subscribe to Finish. Finish is fired just after a continuous spell stops being cast. Use this event for anything that needs to know the total time for which a continuous spell has been cast, or should only happen when the spell finishes, as opposed to just after it starts, as in post. Okay, maybe I want post. If fire just after a spell is cast, use this event for any processing which depends on whether the spell succeeds and does not affect the spell itself. For example, Wizardry uses this event to keep track of spellcasting stats. Note that although this event is fired from both sides, it is not fired from common code. Rather, both sides fire it separately, so timing is not guaranteed. Also note that this event is only fired once for continuous spells after the first casting tick. Changing the modifiers within this event will likely have no effect, with the exception of cooldown modifiers. Okay, but you only can cast one event. So I can use this to keep track of the last spell that was cast. Then I can put that into a kind of category that tracks whether the spell causes direct damage or like indirect damage, which is probably annoying. And then we have a config that maps the spell to the damage. If that makes any sense. Which means this just got real complicated. But when does it not? I might as well call it Electroblobs Wizardry. There we go. So I will need the wizard data, potentially, but this event is very useful. Does this need to persist, though? Probably. Huh. That's not really viable. I'll need a couple specific capabilities for this, it seems. Uh-huh. And I believe it's EB Wizardry. But we're gonna double check that. No, what are you doing? Wizardry.mod ID is EB Wizardry. Wizardry. Okie doke. So we got that. Put that here. Integration titles dot wizardry name. And this is gonna be integration titles dot wizardry integration IDs dot wizardry ID. There we go. That's about all I know so far. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be a really big thing, sort of like when we did Tinkers, because Tinkers had a whole set of stuff. So we might be doing this for a while. What am I looking for? Looking for this. Actually, no, I can put this here. Okay, hold on. I'm writing stuff out in the Milanote. We have uh we set damage distributions per spell. Okay, there's 3 fundamental things. There's setting damage distributions per spell. There's also adding information to the guidebook, if that's possible. I don't know if that's possible. We will see. And there's also a config setting to have minions mimic their normal resistances for whatever entity they're representing. Like if you summon a zombie, it should have the same resistances and stuff as zombies. I don't know if that's how you spell precedence. Yes, it is. How is this set up? I guess I don't need the full mod ID. Of the spell, e.g. EB Wizardry Arc. Only if the spell, basically it's the same thing as this. However the heck it wants to define this. Why did it do TS? Hello? I guess I should do TA. There we go. Okay, now we need a string array. Actually, does it even need... Like this? So I can understand. Well, this might not actually require an MC restart. Oops, I need to put this here. I think I want this to be a list. Or an array, whatever. Okay, there's those two configs. I don't think I need any other configs. Whoops, that goes there. All I know is that I imagine it's magic missile. That's gonna be force. I imagine it's spelt like that. Probably. Probably. Spellcast spent, that's wizardry data. I need all of those. Now let's look at the spell for magic missile. Oh, there's an entire thing with the whole list of stuff. Okay, yeah. That is correct. Okay, so this seems mostly... Okay, I am... Like, there's definitely infrastructure for minions, but we'd need to get the class. And then, from that class, get the ID and stuff. And then be able to map that ID to the actual thing. Which would be tricky. I'm not too sure. Either way, this is... Yeah. Okay, so that extends a number. Uh, and this super.read entry just does that. Okay. I would need a separate thing for that. Anyway, I need to put in the stuff here. Nope, that's the wrong one. We need this one. And then this is where I have to initialize it. And I guess I could use a base configuration, probably. Okay, so that creates the base configuration for it. Okay, I guess it does that, so I'm just gonna do that too. I'm overcomplicating it. Yeah, that's good. I just have to do this. I need a new configurator type for this. Go to the mod ID per pending one, but it's numeric. And we extend this bad boy. And I think that's basically what happens here. Yeah, it just does the same thing. But we also have to specify a mod ID. And then the read entry? No, what? Oh, because it's parse mapping. Oh, I'm genius. Hold on, I am actually genius. This is going to extend multi-entry. Actually, no, it doesn't need to extend anything. Wait, yeah, it does. What's still abstract on this? The read entry. Okay. Okay. We just wrap it. I guess I could have a... Okay, I have an idea. Actually, no. Insert the constructor. Because it's going to be a function, right? So the other one will be a function. Oh, I guess it's a you extend T situation. Not there. Right here. And this is public. As is this. This is still T. And after this constructor, well, we need the mod ID and a function that takes, well, I guess it's not really a function. We need a function that does that. Because then we're going to pass in all those objects. Yeah. Yeah, and do one with the config list. Do one. I once again put this in the wrong thing. Oops. So this goes here. Oh, what are you complaining about? Oh, yeah, that field is not done. I'm well aware. Okay, so now I have two options to build these configurators. One that uses the function approach of generating the instances, and one that uses the constructor reflector approach. Awesome. Right? So far, so good. And now what we do is here we check on the same one, the whichever the numeric one is. Yeah, this. It checks if it contains a colon. If not, it appends it, right? So that's basically what we do here. That seems kind of pointless. So return this dot delegate dot. Oh. Right, this has to itself be a multi-entry configurator. I think this is what I probably want. So all it really does is just read that entry. By delegating it to an appropriate thing. And this has to be public. Because if it's packaged, it won't be accessible. So in here, we change this to be you probably want the reader function. And then this needs this needs to have a thing. So this is gonna be a float. And the mod ID is basically gonna be this thing. The name is gonna be this thing. The config list is going to be this thing. The config is going to be this thing. And the generator is going to be this thing. Now all I need to do is provide this. And this is going to be numeric entry config reader float new. Yeah, what do you mean that doesn't work? Can I just do this? Illegal lambda expression. Method build reader of type this is generic. Oh. Okay, what if we just set it to be this, then? Because that still works. Because now it's not generic. Method build reader of type this is generic. What do you mean it's generic? I guess because it's generic in the whatever sense. I guess since it's generic in this sense. Or this sense. The constructor, this, no type name, no type config list, no type, is undefined. Okay, because you are annoying. Can you stop? Just go over here. Thank you. My gosh. You complain does not define constructor that is applicable here. No, it shouldn't be constructor. What if this was just function that took an array of objects and returned multi-entry config reader? Let's see, that one really work. Because it's not a function that has the same signature. Because this one doesn't take an object array, it takes a string. Which it doesn't even work, because this function is not even the right kind. Right? Even with this as like null or something, it still doesn't work because that causes a problem. I see. Unless I set it to a constructor. And we got the same constructor. That might be very unnecessary. It might honestly just be worth it to set this to be whatever. Basically just change this, don't have this. Just have it accept the config reader. So we just need this, we just need the internal And then this isn't needed. And this isn't needed. What's your problem? Oh, it's ambiguous. Does it? Wait, does it need the config? It probably needs the config because it puts it in the config. And so if that's null, that's going to be a problem. So the config is needed, but we can do internal dot get dot con. Oh no, the config is just completely internalized. Unless, of course, we set this to protected. Actually, we don't even need that. No, not like this. What are you doing? This dot constructor. This dot constructor equals ref dot constructor. Actually, I just, it doesn't really matter. Because one of them will be null, one of them will not be null, and so it'll be fine. It'll be totally fine. So really all I need is this. I don't need any of this. I don't need this. I certainly don't need this. There we go. So now it just wraps this. That's basically what I was looking to accomplish. It's gonna wrap it. And this other nonsense I don't need. And then you are going to be another mod ID per mod ID per pending config reader, which is going to be integration IDs dot wizardry ID, and then the one we're gonna do is gonna be a like standard damage distribution config reader. I didn't even put it in the thing. I think it's Electroblob's Wizardry category, yep. Oh, surround with try catch. Or I guess I want a try multi-catch. Okay, so then this will load, and it'll create a configuration that defaults to force for all of this stuff. And then it will read all of that information. Great. And all we need to do is have Wizardry. It just needs to be able to find Electroblob's Wizardry, and then it'll do it. Excellent. Now we need a little bit of stuff. And then, so that's all fine and good. Now, all of that's done. I realize that there's some deprecated stuff here that I don't need, I don't think. Like, I don't think any of that is strictly used anywhere. Just something I forgot to clean out. I think that should be decent. Now, is there a collection of minion entities that I can just find? Okay, not that. I guess it's because it extends the skeleton or something? I'm not sure. Actually, I'm curious. If I look at the minion spell, I don't know where it would be. Spell minion. This allows all of them combinations. Usually simple. That can be overwritten. So it summons that. Hmm. Okay, so that's something. Because it doesn't actually. Entity summoned creature. That's probably where I want to go. Da 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 da. Entity living. Entity summoned creature. Okay. Which is superclass of all custom summoned entities. Also, as an example. Okay, but that's for that. That's not. It doesn't specify. I need to look at these. I need to look at these minions. That's lovely. Love that for me. We will find the answers we're looking for. I'm gonna look at all the summon spells. I'm gonna see what they are and stuff. I haven't like built this and integrated any of this, so this is still running off of the build that has that finished up Tech Guns Compat. It doesn't have any Wizardry stuff built into it because I don't really need that yet. Because I can't seem to find like where it calls the like where it's assigning its ID. This needs to be this. Rain, black hole. Yeah, so they're like there are minions. Zombie minion. Right, so this is a zombie minion. And I was hit by what exactly? No, don't summon another one. Maybe Wizardry zombie underscore minion. So where do you set that up? So I guess what I'm curious of is if it's an I-summoned creature, then can I get the superclass, cast it to its superclass, then get that? I don't know. We're gonna find that out. Because that would be on... in it? I don't even know what that would be on. Oh, wait, there's an assign mob resistances event that I could just use. I thought. I thought. And then I realized I deprecated that event. Dang it. Because genuinely you wouldn't really want to change it, you'd want to just, like, it makes sense. Now this add capability thing, can I remove a capability? Uh... Hmm. Unless we set it to, okay, idea. Right, because we could register a distributor for this, right? And then this could be its own thing. right? Because for example, where's Spartan weaponry? This distributes a thrown weapon distribution, which is a mod updating damage distribution, which just basically does this. But I could do the same thing for resistances and damage distributions. Like, I'd need to do it for both things. And this, what do you do? Oh, so you update itself. It gets the updated weights. Original map.entry set equals that entry set. Set new weights. Update original weights to current weights. Okay, I think it's good. I think it's good work. I think it's good work. That being said, the big question is if I can get its superclass and then cast it to its superclass, whatever that is, and use that to get the thing that can do that. This is probably a little jank. But in theory, it's possible. Yeah, we just extend this. And then is applicable, we set it to be that. Okay. I'm not confident that we can do this. Because it seems a little jank. This is abstract capability distributor. This is gonna be entity living base. I don't even know what the other things are. What is U in this context? Oh, the config. I mob resistances, and then I mob resistances. Oh, mob resistance categories and I mob resistances. Right. Yeah, import this. add a constructor. And then add the implemented methods. I want to return T instance of I summoned creature. Now, the mob resistance thing, where do you even... Deconfigurations.mob resist, okay. I'll have that like that just in case I need it. I don't know if I will. And now, here's the thing. It's an instance of I summon creature. So, t.get class... No, what is this? Get class dot cast this class object to represent a subclass of the class represented by a specific class object. What the fuck does that even mean? Returns the type representing the direct superclass of the entity, class interface, primitive type, or void represented by this class. If the superclass is a parameterized type, the type object returned must accurately reflect the actual type parameters used in the source code. Okay. Okay, but not generic superclass. Can I just get superclass? Yes, get superclass. Returns the class representing the superclass of the entity, represented by this class. If this class represents either the object class, an interface, a primitive type, or void, then null is returned. This object returns an array class, and the class object representing the object class is returned. Okay, so, boom. This is what we need. Get superclass, right? We're cooking. This extends this. We get the superclass. What's your problem? Question mark extend and deal base. Cannot convert from... What? This doesn't sound like this is gonna make any sense. Shouldn't this return... Because this says T, a class extends and the living base. I guess I could just do class question mark, right? Because that's fine. It really doesn't matter. Oh, it's... I see the problem. It's because this should be super. Super. I thought it was supposed to be super. This is class question mark super entity living base. Question mark super any living base. That's supposed to be its type. Maybe it doesn't matter. It probably doesn't matter. Because I know... Well, this is now going to cast it as an object, but I can then cast it to an entity living base afterwards, so it's not a big deal. Okay. We got superclass. And then if the superclass I want is assignable from determines if the class or interface represented by this class object is either the same as or is a superclass or subinterface of the class or oh no. I mean, I could do equals. Cast an object to the class or interface represented by this class object. Yeah, but see, now I need to actually get the registry name of it when cast to that. Right, you see. I don't even know if this does anything. Basically, I want to see if the superclass I want to know if the superclass is still, well, it's still going to be an entity living base. That much is obvious. But I want to know if it is... Well, basically, I could just be like, okay, it's an I-summoned creature. So then just try and get the registry name of the superclass if it exists. That's the thing, if it exists. Superclass.cast. I mean, it can still be like an abstract class. The registry key, or whatever the heck. How did I even do this to begin with? The capability distributors get capabilities for it gets entity ID string. Get entity ID. Entity list. Oh, right. That's get key for its class. Oh, but I can actually just throw the class in here. How you doing? What's been worked on? Well, I'm doing well for starters. Right now, I am working on mod compat for Electroblob's Wizardry. So basically what I have defined is you can set the distributions for different spells and they will inflict that, right? And now what I'm working on is that there's some spells that summon minions, right? And they're like, you can summon like zombie minions, silverfish minions, like a whole bunch of different types of minions. And so I'm trying to add a config option where if enabled, the minions will just use the same resistances for the actual mobs to find the configs. That way you don't have to write it twice because they technically count as different entities. And so since they technically count as different entities, they technically would need to have different entries in the config. So this is to kind of skirt around that process. But to do that, I need to be able to figure out what the mob is supposed to be. And the way Electroblobs does it is they actually extend the actual entity that they're a minion of. And they also implement this interface. So they implement this interface. I can get their superclass, which should be the entity class that they are. Then I kind of have to cast it to that superclass and then use like entity list dot get key for the class, but it has to extend entity, which it technically does, but not like this, because it's not applicable to that. So, I might actually have to... How complicated is this get super? Oh, it's native, it doesn't even matter. Alright, well then, what we're going to do is we're going to do t.getClass.get superclass. What do you mean? But it is! It is! What is this get ID? What is this get ID? Oh, it's an int. Okay, we don't want that. Okay, cast it. See if I care. Do it. Dang it. Well, actually, that's different. What do you complain about? Unchecked cast. I know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. So this would be the resource location. Alright. If it's null, I want to instead return... This is protected. Can this return null? What happens if this returns null? Wait. Get capability. Get resource location capability. Right, but then you... Oh, you can return null. What happens if you return null? Yeah. Uh-huh. Sure. Yeah, uh-huh. Yeah, huh. Get all caps. Passing in this. This goes here. For each. Get caps. Right, but what if it's null? Then what do you do? Right, because the extra caps would override it. That's annoying. Is it though? Mob resistances capability distributor dot get instance dot get that's a thing. Oh, I need to determine if it's applicable here. Whoops. Okay, so if if get it put a thing here. I guess I could make it optional. Wrap it in an optional. That might make it a little bit better. Return optional dot of nullable entity list dot get key. That's no, get with the K. For we cast this now. Class question mark extends entity t dot get class dot get super class. Oh, I guess it's not supposed to be t, it's supposed to be entity. Dot get class. I know what I'm doing. I mean declared static. Make it static then. Okay. If t instance of I summoned creature and get super entity ID for you and it's present, then we can return true. Otherwise, we return false. So now at this point, since I know it's applicable, this exists. And then I guess I have to do the same thing that happens here, where it gets the config and does stuff. Config result, resistance map, immunities, bop 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 bop. Yeah, it's actually me. Hello. How you doing? They've got an avatar now? Yeah, it's like a little kind of channel mascot thing. I might like expand it, but it's just to kind of have something fun. I thought it was fun. I drew her myself. I'm fine just passing by before I eat dinner. Do you stream for long? So normally I might be streaming for maybe another hour, but I probably have to go in approximately 4, 5, like 7 minutes, right? Like I'm gonna have to go very shortly because I have a dumb meeting that I have to go to that I really don't want to have to go to, that I really shouldn't have to go to, but it's really annoying, so I'll just save you the hassle of listening to me ramble about that. Basically, there's something I gotta go to that I'd rather not, but I have no choice. But this has been going for 4 hours so far, so I guess it's not bad. All right, I'll stay until you go then. Have you got to know Duolingo? What? Wait. How does the Duolingo bird pass away? They're just aren't they just like mascot icon or something? Or did it have did now I don't know the Duolingo bird that much, but does the Duolingo bird have like a voice actor and that voice actor passed away? Like that I would understand. You think Duolingo announced it? I don't interact with any Duolingo stuff because I don't have Duolingo, I don't use Duolingo. Uh, but that's interesting. I didn't know. I refuse to believe this is the real. The Duolingo bird is probably faking death to avoid the feds for their crimes. Oh my gosh, what is this? Duolingo teaches tax evasion? They'll teach you they'll teach you how to evade taxes in 5 different languages. Authorities are currently investigating his cause of death, and we are cooperating fully. The app shared across social media platforms Feb 11. We're aware he had many enemies, but we kindly ask you that you refrain from sharing why you hate him in the comments. Did you ever watch their Christmas Please Give My Parents Back ad? No, I didn't. Oh gosh. So this could just be a meme. TBH, he probably died waiting for you to do your lesson, but what do we know? Okay, so it's a bit, right? It's a bit. Right? The statement also jokingly requested fans to include their credit card number in the comments to automatically sign them up for a paid Duolingo Max subscription in his memory. Okay, so it's a bit. It's 100% a bit. There's no way it can't be a bit. Known for Duo's unrequited love for Dua Lipa, the app concluded, "We appreciate you respecting Dua Lipa's privacy at this time." My lord. That that's a like that's very impressive bit. Like they committed. They committed to the bit. Like it is impressive the effort that went into that. I think it's fascinating. Because like what does it really accomplish? Like if you already know about Duolingo, then you know about this unhinged nature. Does this get anyone to sign up for the platform? Or is this like how much marketing does this actually accomplish? I don't know. I guess it accomplishes some amount to be worthwhile. Or I guess it's part of their brand image or whatever that they maintain. So I guess in that sense it makes sense. That's fascinating. They might change their app's logo to a dead Duolingo. Okay, that would make more sense. Like, babe, wake up, Duolingo died. It would make sense if this was like Halloween. It's Halloween and it's like, oh, we died. Dead Duolingo for the month of October. He haunts you in your grave. If your uncle didn't do his Spanish lessons before he passed away, he will rise. He will rise from the earth and get angry at you for not completing your Spanish lessons. Right? Like, I could see it. I guess I need to do lock dot to string. Maybe? I don't know. I'm gonna keep it real. Duolingo could legit just fake their death, and that's the next ad is people trying to get comfortable learning at their own pace. Oh my gosh. That's nonsense. That's a bunch of nonsense. This is a bunch of nonsense. What am I doing with this? Cats dot get resistance map. Cats dot get immunities. Cats dot whatever this is. Math dot random. Less than cats dot adaptive chance. Cats dot. I think it's adaptive amount next, right? Yeah, I get adaptive amount. Now, does this work? Freaking, I don't think so. I'd be stunned if this worked at all. Well, I did change the Twitter logo to Duolingo with 2X in the eyes like it's dead. That's hilarious. Like, obviously they're probably gonna do it, right? But I feel like if they were gonna do it, it makes more sense to do it around Halloween. Like, that just I don't know. Maybe I'm clearly not blessed with the same levels of wisdom as the peeps, right? Yeah. I'm not blessed. That's not me. You know what? Fair enough. Anyway, this was fun. I would totally love to stay longer, but I've got stuff that I unfortunately have to do. So I'm gonna have to wrap it here. Um, I will be back tomorrow with more whatever nonsense trying to set up multiple fusion reactors, blah blah blah. And that suffering. But this was good. I learned a lot about the mod. I learned sort of what I might want to do or might need to do here. Are they gonna revive him for Halloween? Yeah, that's too far, right? Oh, wait! They could revive him on Easter! Oh my gosh, it's the second coming. Anyway. Yep,